Hello guys. I'm kind of back to not really knowing what to ban these days. So much shit I want to ban. And I'm not sure there's anything that's too oppressive to the point where I always want to ban this specific thing. Like, I feel like once Afro is out, once I guess the usual 5 are out, if I'm left with a one last ban, I never know who to ban.
Select your god.
Shit's tough. I'm kind of still waking up though. I think I'll stick to a Wukong. I woke up really late today, so I probably will be tired. Usually I'm sloppy because it's my first game, but right now I am just legitimately tired. I just woke up way too fucking late. Oh. My OBS is acting strange, so if my stream crashes, then we'll see. Oh, okay. It's fine. It wasn't responding for a second there. Got me worried. I have heard some people have had issues with OBS since the last update, and I don't know if mine just automatically updates, to be honest. I imagine it does. So far everything's fine though. Okay. I do appreciate the fast queue today. Looks like I kinda caught a queue. Though I suppose it is also a little bit later than I usually start. I usually start at 1 because it's just a nice time for me, but as I said, I just woke up too fucking late today. My sleep schedule is out the fucking window right now.
Select your god.
Do we just want Aladdin? Let's see if someone wants the Aladdin. Well, shit. What does one pick now? We'll do Hades then. Fuck it. I just want to play something easy for this first game. Fuck. My brain is so slow right now. Gotta try and wake up more with haste. This map's fucking horseshit as well. Doesn't help. Hades, yeah. I know. I'm just really tired, so I'm starting with something easy. I'm extra tired today. I tend to be sloppy in my first game of the day, but today I'm just straight up fucking tired. I woke up so late. I literally woke up like 40 minutes ago. I walked the dog, I took some food real fast, which was just a banana. So I'm running on low fucking energy. What the fuck is this frame? Haste, why are you dying? I'm just running on real low energy. I'm tired as fuck, so... Bro, Haste is fucking dying. I don't know what it is recently with Haste. Let's go back to some 60 FPS on Smite. I don't know if one of the recent updates for Haste just completely fucked up the like frame rate or something. I have no idea. Usually Haste always ran really well. I'm sorry, Kai. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I wanted to play something easy, but then you guys banned the Wukong, and I wanted to play Wukong to start off with. Now, when it comes to solo right now, I don't really know who else I would pick if I just needed something easy outside of Hades and Wukong. I feel like most of the others aren't that easy anymore. Like, they're just... I don't know, maybe Apollo. Aspect Apollo is just to be pretty easy, but... I still think he actually has some bad matchups now that I nerfed his damage quite a bit. It's not like he's just a free win anymore. He actually loses to some things now.
Minions have spawned.
Chuck would probably be another one. I could have gone Chuck. Actually, I should have gone Chuck. I feel playing Chuck more than Hades. Mistakes were made. I haven't done Conduit Hades in a long time. Let's see how this goes. Am I gonna be too late for that? I might be. Yeah. Classic. I hate when my junglers go ranged, man. They always leave me to take the blue buff.
Clear.
But hey, at least I'm against the Baron. Shouldn't hurt me too much. don't really heal much just yet. Rank 1, 3 heals fucking nothing, it feels like. Probably for the best though. Maybe that's how 80 should always be.
That's too bad.
That's too bad.
Did he back? He must have. If I just didn't miss that one creep, would have been 5.
That's too bad.
That's alright. I was expecting the beats. Oh, that's my fucking blue gun. Dude, what the fuck, man? Even the mid is here? That's so cringe. Rob better not fucking die as well then. Oh my god. My dude. Please. Damn, that's really bad for us. I can't believe we let Saul go all the way to right and then still he dies in mid.
Curses! Your middle tower is under attack.
Not much I can really do but just farm. It's not like Hades is that good early game either way.
Free your soul to the others.
I mean... Like, stop ganking right then if there's just no chance. What the fuck? I'm just wasting resources on this. Damn, that's so unfortunate. We just don't have any damage for that. Even got my beats. Okay, and that's support, right? Dude, it's been everyone except everyone. Dude, everyone fucking except the ADC has been in my lane now. At 6 minutes. What do we even build?
Your right tower
Guess I'll do
is under
Doom Orb.
attack.
This game is shaping up to be one of the most boring ones already.
Ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
At least I got my blue. Small wins.
Ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
The party's this.
Enemy ultimate down.
Ah,
We should just surrender this one. I don't really see us winning this.
Wash them away.
Just no matter what, we're just gonna get shit on. They just have better players overall, I think.
Your right tower is under attack.
And I'm kind of being kept down. I'm not... Like, I shouldn't be losing this matchup in any way. Like, mid and jungle has so much pressure that it doesn't even matter.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah. Ult wasn't up in time. That one wasn't me. Guess I should have dashed, but I didn't really think I was gonna be in trouble under my own tower. So Sano just cringe ganking. Oh, he's aspect as well? Oh, shit. Rough. I'm so far behind now. 2 deaths and no waves.
Your right tower is under attack. Defend middle lane. Cancel that. Return to base.
free your souls to the other side.
Enemy missing middle. Have fun.
That's big for me at least.
Ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
Damn, almost wish I didn't get that solo kill, just because now there's hope. You're giving me a taste of opium,
Your left
and it's too
tower is
addicting.
under attack.
What is this? Dude, I hate that shit. People leaving one of these, the small ones, is so terribly nasty. Okay. Guess I should have just ulted. I didn't think Susanna was there too. I didn't think they needed 3 people.
Lord right. Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, do I just go for an early Bloodbound or some shit? I feel like I almost need to have any chance. I hope he leaves the tower. I need that fucking TP. No, man, the minions are gonna kill it.
Your right tower.
No. Fuck it. I'm just gonna. Whatever. I was gonna save it, but why the fuck would I save it anyway?
Enemy missing right.
Can I even TP and have it be worth it in time? Probably not, but fuck it. Need something.
On my way.
Completed. That's too bad.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fuel.
I'll take a double. I was still hesitant on even going in the first place, but I mean, I'll take a quick double kill. At least that helps out the duo a bit. They can help get farming. Oh. This game's a rough one to start with. I'm so fucking tired. Granted, I do think this is a good game to try and wake up on. Because I'm under siege. I'm being invaded. I gotta be awake for that shit.
Enemy missing right.
Oh, that's down.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your middle tower.
Good luck.
Enemy missing right. Be careful, middle. The rain shall wash them away. Thanks.
Gank middle lane.
Soul Ape is down, and all.
Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Hasta la vista, amigo. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. On my way. Your middle tower is under attack.
Just fucking fear him. Played that bad. That brutalize really fucked everything. Dude, my beats even went off? Fuck, man. Okay. overall terrible played, I guess.
Your left tower is under
Um, I'll grab Polly next, I suppose. I kind of feel like I fucked my build in this one. I have such low power.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll try to do more, but at least.
Ally has been slain. Your middle tower
Har som jest bicie, no.
enemy missing right. An enemy has been slain. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Defend mid lane. The pyro has arrived. Enemy ultimate down.
I haven't gotten a single war in this game, actually.
Baron ult.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The Solas Aegis, man, just ult for a serve once.
Ally has been slain.
Never mind. Just die with ults.
Your left tower. In range, wash them away. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay. Unfortunate. I keep looking for something bigger when I probably should stay back a bit, wait for my team to go in. Just kind of sucks that Artemis delayed everything up.
Enemy has been slain. We're speeding up. Attack the Gold Fury.
You should ult to the soul more often, Serb. She has no beats.
Baron actually has 2 levels on me now. Damn. I've been dying too much.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
My build is worse than I thought. There's an item I completely forgot about. In Helm of Darkness, which is another very low power item. But the fact that I have... I probably can't even do that now. That item, it feels like a must. I shouldn't have gone Bloodborne Book, I think. That kind of fucks everything. But whatever. Too late now anyway.
Ally has been slain.
Sola has no ult.
Range, wash them away.
It's a beat and an ult, honestly. It's way more than I could hope for to get. Interesting, though. How did we lose so hard in mid? When Susanna wasn't even there. That's confusing. But I have 0 chance of doing anything to Susanna if my ult is down. It's the only counterplay I really have. Yet, anyway. Maybe once my poly hits enough, I can maybe fight back, but definitely not the case right now.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
Ultimate is ready.
I think I've seen this before, where people don't do any health, but this doesn't feel worth it on Apollo, man. I really can't recommend it.
I'm coming, man.
Having 3 ones still isn't better than having 1 really good one. It's just a waste of time. If he's not building any HP, that thing's gonna hit for nothing. And then what's the point? No reason to go aspect then.
Enemy missing right.
Enemy has been slain.
Sultan left.
Retreat. Enemies in the left lane. Be right back.
I got Trank at 20.
I'll defend left lane. Middle lane. Enemy missing. That's too. Oh, move like a jaguar.
On my way.
Enemy
And your ult and Sol ult too.
rain shall wash them away. Be careful, right. Enemies incoming right.
I have ult up, I have ult up. If you wanna fight that.
They're just gonna go on Hades.
Oh, there's Sol too.
I could have played it better. Sol Aegis should be free. I was trying to look out for Susano as well and didn't realize she was Aegising when I just pressed everything. So I just wasted everything like an idiot. Despite everything, I'm still gonna go for Helm of Darkness. I fucking need it, man. Even just for escapability at this point, because they will be looking for me for the majority of all this. Doing a lot of shit. This has to be good, man. They're using so much underneath that... and they're not getting her anyway. And we still lost it. Rip.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Jesus. I mean, just press your Bloodbound book, man. I literally pressed that shit. I was just too fucking late. Whatever, though. I'm playing so bad this game. It's actually unreal. I don't know what the fuck they're doing either, man. Go fire! Sorry if you had the dog barks. That was a loud one. Ah, it's cooked. Man, our vision is terrible this game too. It really does feel like we rarely have any vision on them. I gotta try and ward a bit.
Hi. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. Vista, amigo.
Yeah, no. Can't help it.
I feel like we never win a fight in jungle. No?
Yeah, we always have someone getting caught before the fights, that's the problem. Yeah, I mean,
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
it's tough. I'm not really sure what to do this game because I feel like they're just always looking for me. Like if I'm around, they will just beeline the fuck out of me.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro.
That's so unfortunate. That's a tank, by the way. Dude, Fenrir is so stupid. This god is so incredibly stupid. I suppose he's building quite a lot of damage, though.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Really trying to prioritize this Helm of Darkness.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Enemy missing.
Oh, the party's this way.
Worth. Quick yoink so I can get my helm, finally.
The enemy
Maybe I can get some good initiates done.
Gold Fury. Excellent.
Man, I do feel like I haven't played Hades in a while as well, because I'm struggling on when to go in. I feel like I kind of forgot. It's not really an excuse, though. I have just been playing like shit this game. At least I'm starting not to feel very tired anymore.
Retreat. Enemy spotted. Enemies in the right lane.
I think Paul's dead.
Help left lane. Enemies in the right lane. Allies slain.
Nice ambush, Game Hunter. Holy shit. What a tech.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
It's all ages as well, so it should be pretty easy next time. That is my helm, though, for now.
Ultimate is down.
Okay.
Apollo's ulting, Apollo's ulting.
Oh, the party's this
I mean, dude, no, he says survives. Just get up, man. He's dead. Ah, man. As Apollo and jungle stuff is really not working out right now.
To be fair, they don't really do anything.
Enemy has been slain.
Yeah, I don't know why they're not grouping and pushing. They're just looking for kills.
They just have fun.
In Smite 2? No.
We all love Smite too, that's why we play it. We all have fun.
Bro, I can't believe it. I asked the Serb to ult Sol and he did it.
Unbelievable.
12 deaths, man.
Attack Fire Giant.
Me and Cerberus is really going at it there.
free your soul. Lives on.
Your team has destroyed the Fire Giant. Allied slain. Fabuloso.
Don't have ult for her.
Wash them away.
Damn, I fucked up my deck.
He's like one. No, you know, the dagger
That's
bagged.
why.
It's a known bag. It bags when you use it.
Yeah, known bug.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, the party.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy ultimate down.
Attack the Gold Fury.
That was close. I hesitate even on one if I wanted to
Serve,
ult.
do the thing again. Pull the soul. Susano, Susano, Susano. Susano behind, behind.
I'm ulting him.
This thing's like that.
Wash them away. More.
I need to back, I'm low. Well, be careful.
Penalty is down. I don't know about soul.
I have ult up in 7.
You can look for a Serb ult on soul again.
We can just try to do gold, no?
Yeah, I'll go gold here. We have to fight.
Baron is contesting.
I can ult the Baron.
Careful, we don't know where soul is. Right there. I'm dead, bro.
It's time. Free your souls.
Oh man. He's just fucking dead to a soul ult insta.
Ally has been slain.
That's too bad. What's that?
Our only hope is a sword bolt on soul. That's pretty much it.
Damn. Not getting Finn there really sucks.
The underworld calls for me.
I guess so.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Come. The party.
Enemy has been slain.
There's Susano behind us.
Be right back. Let me bear down upon
The motherfucking worse than I'm buying. I need to get the left way, boys. Careful.
La vista, amigo.
Enemy ultimate down. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
On my way.
Wish I had helm for this.
Artemis beats. Get out. Let's go.
I mean, I got one at least, so that's good, but... I'm actually surprised I haven't got him. I feel like I shouldn't have. Fucked, I kind of fucked my ult. In desperation.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
This did kind of turn into a fun game, though, I'm not gonna lie. I said it last stream as well, I do like the back and forth games, where it feels pretty even. This one feels less even, because I feel like they just have Susano, and we don't have an assassin that can do the same type of thing, so they just have a massive advantage in that someone could just get completely one-shot on our team, just because of how Susano works. Though I guess I'm the closest one who can do that, with Helm, but that's only when I have Helm up. It's not very consistent. Hello, Kami. If only I played better early in this game.
This is a fun game, though. I am enjoying it.
Yeah, it's fun.
The thing is, right, whenever I engage first, I always die, because the Susano is just killing me. The Serb never ults anyone. So I can't follow up a Serb ult, like ever, because I'm dead all the time. We don't engage and there's no build, so I just naturally die.
Yeah, we just need to know where
you
he
thought
is so we
about
can
not
counter-initiate
dying?
on him.
I guess I'll just stay 10 miles away from the fight and come later. Maybe try to neat ult first on Susano or anyone.
The
If no
enemy
one
team
engages.
has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy spotted.
He's behind you guys.
Fun, bro, so fun. So much fun. He doesn't even die. He kills the Apollo as well, bro. 100 HP.
And I just got 3-shot by crit.
Aspect
Yeah,
of
but
all
that's the
that
thing, like,
damage
when we don't have an assassin and they do, they just have an
1K.
advantage late game. We can't one-shot like they do with Susano.
I mean, where is Cerberus? Like, Cerberus is nowhere around, bro. It's just fucking miles away with ult up. Ulting the pen.
Yeah, I kind of fucked up there. I thought I could just go...
GG's.
Just crit late game, man. I got so fucked up. Dude, Loinibo as well? Fuck,
Play the
man.
game.
Oh well, at least this kind of turned into a fun game, but I played like absolute dog shit throughout the majority of the early game.
Defeat.
I could really have played this better. And they never grouped either. They had a weird, a very annoying playstyle. In that they never grouped, they always like had a few people running around alone. How the fuck am I supposed to get a good ult if they're never grouped? Fuck. Alright. Nice and quick queues though. Love to see it. Holy fuck. I'm so out of this game of haste, and why is it still so framey? I don't get it. Maybe that's something I have to turn on settings, actually. Maybe they added some shit that I gotta turn off. I'm actually very tempted just to ban Susano. That god is so unfun to deal with right now.
Select your god.
The game's been cozy today, at least. Sounds like you're enjoying your time. It was the first game today. It was alright. It was a pretty decent game. I like it. I like the back and forth games. That one wasn't fully enjoyable because I was playing really bad in the early game, which was bothering me a lot. But that generally comes with me just playing my first game of the day, and I was really fucking tired of my first game because I almost just woke up when I began my stream. I woke up very fucking late today. Oh, did someone DZ? Oh, I'm in a good mood though, so I'm here to just chill, play some fun games. I was actually very close to streaming yesterday because of how much I'm actually enjoying Smite right now. I'm really in a Smite mood currently, so that's good. I'm still struggling with what to play though. I definitely am still fatigued on what to play because everything just feels like it's been done. But I might do the thing where I just loop around and do something that I just then haven't done in a long time, like playing tanks. I might actually play some tanks today. At least for one game. And then I will realize that game that it was a gigantic mistake. Damage Chuck. I used to do that a lot. I think that's why I'm a bit fatigued on it. It's the same way I feel about Hades, is that I just don't want to play it that often because I played it so much. It's all I played in the early stages of Smite 2. I loved Aspect Chuck so much. I played it like a ton. He's Radiant for a reason. It's just... not sure I'm ready to go back there. It is fun though. And maybe I should do it before the next patch, because it's... I feel like solo meta is going to change next patch. Some people are saying it won't, but I have an inkling that it actually will. People just don't realize it yet. But at least, from what I can tell, some AA gods should at least be playable next patch in solo, which is nice. With some of the new items, like Vital Lamp. Maybe Armor is gonna be good again. So is Mulan, yes. Thank God. Mulan is here. I could be tempted to maybe do one Mulan game. Just for the heck of it. She's still a good frontline. You just gotta, as long as you can hit your 3, you know? Get some setup. But that god does absolutely negative damage, man. It's insane how low her damage is in Smite 2. She has a few, like, good levels in the lane, I think, in solo. Like, once you max out your 2, you're fine. But a few more levels then, you're not fine anymore. Now you suck and get back to just being ass again. Waiting to put anti-heal back in again. I want to see how this plays out. I don't think this inherently sounds like a bad idea, but I am worried about it, because it easily could be. I don't know what led to this decision, though. It feels unnecessary to me, but... I don't know. Maybe they giga-brained it. Maybe this is going to be the best patch ever. It's not, but... I'll be hopeful. Shit. That's what I get for looking at chat. My momentum is cooked. Would love her training art could keep going more and more, and she keeps getting more bonuses, infinite scaling in some way. I'm always a bit afraid of infinite scaling, but I don't think that could necessarily be like a bad idea for her. I don't know what those bonuses could be and not make them broken though. Like, we'll see with the infinite scaling on Devos, I suppose, next patch. I don't know if there's any other items that get infinite scaling. Maybe just Devos. I haven't kept too much up on it, but I mean, Devos do seem like, I think that's a good way to do it. Devos having infinite scaling is an interesting idea, and I think they've done it in a way that doesn't make it broken. Didn't get the Q, that sucks, man. What's your SR at, Okami? I've seen some interesting things in the patch, at least. Like, I think at least the first week should be fun, because there's going to be a lot of experimenting. And I do think those periods of time is pretty fun. Just everyone trying weird shit, seeing what sticks. Only been losing recently? Fair enough. 4K, at least it's not like low. 4K you might still be able to get into some of these queues, but probably not when there is in like prime time
Your god.
queue time, which is probably starting about now. Odin. Maybe this is the game I play a tank then. Yeah, okay. Let's do it. Let's do a tank. And I will actually go full tank. Not a single damage item outside of my starter probably being Bluestone. Though it doesn't have to be, I suppose. I could actually still just go for a Warriors. I don't think that's bad on Mordred either. I just really like the mana regen you get from Bluestone on him. Suppose I'll see what I'm actually against before I make that choice. Ever try Vamp on him? No, I just don't think Vamp is good. I think Vamp in both cases doesn't give you enough tankiness, and it doesn't give you enough damage. So it doesn't feel worth it in either way. That being said, who knows? Maybe it's secret tech, but I also haven't had a whole lot of success with Int Mordred. It is fun, but I don't think it's good. You're relying very heavily on your ult and your 3. Abilities that won't really come online until late game. Whereas he's generally known as like a big lane bully, and I heavily want to take advantage of that. It makes it harder to do when you're running Int. I do like going Helm of Radiance on him, but overall I just don't really like going Int so far. I think mainly it's because his 1 doesn't use Int in any way, like not even for the healing. I think it feels like ass, because that is his best ability. Yeah, I do apologize, guys, if the if haste is annoying to look at with low frames. I don't know why it's so framey at times. Let's do Sunder. I want the Warriors. I want to try this. Question is what I do here. How do I start? I don't think Lifebinder would be a bad choice. But it's not tanky. I also now just realized they essentially have a full... Is that Cerberus solo? No, it's going to be Odin solo. So it's Cerberus support. They're not going to have any magic damage. I guess I'm just going Mystical Mail then. I'll start it safe. Still do start. The old ass Might 2 start. No Phoenix Shield? Probably not. I hate it. 15 physical protection is so bad. And I hate it so much. But in this game I might, only because it's full physical theme. So I can actually allow myself to go for it, because I won't be able to build something like Oni Hunters. So maybe I'll build it this game specifically. We'll see.
Minions have spawned.
Still, I just don't like how not tanky it makes you. It doesn't feel worth it. I think it is a cool item for Mordred specifically. I just cannot look at the base stats and think it's good. Just let minions go in. There's the guy, one of the big ones.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
I'm feeling the lower damage I have by not having Axe this early.
That's too bad.
But that's okay. Yeah, really feeling good on the wave clear. That should have been a kill at least on the archers. I mean, of course, man. Of course. That's great. That's really, really great. I love that. Seems to be a theme for today. Gank solo early. Fuck that guy. Dude, what is this game? What the fuck? What is wrong with today?
Your left tower is under attack.
2 games in a row this has happened now. I get ganked early? I suppose it's my fault for not learning from my mistakes, I guess. But how the fuck are you supposed to predict that 2 games in a row? I get ganked early before level 5, and as I come back and TP back, I get ganked instantly on my fucking tower line. Again. Same thing last game. Fucking hell. I mean...
Your left tower is under attack.
That's too bad.
Centuries of waiting.
I'm waiting. Fuck this. I'm sticking around. Loki, I know you're still here.
Enemy spotted.
He's still here! I knew it. Show yourself. Okay, he had ult. Alright, my bad. He still had ult. I wanted him to get close enough so I could use my ult on him. So I could heal. Turns out he had ult. That's truly unfortunate. Still though, I mean the fact that I got Odin is still good for me. It means I'm not falling behind at least.
The rain shall wash them away.
I just need some more items and I'll be good. They're focusing the wrong target here. It's unfortunate that Duo is kind of not necessarily losing. Well, they are kind of losing, I guess, but it's unfortunate that they're dying over there too, because with how much Loki is focusing on me, I'll eventually just be a tank anyway. But I would hope that it means we're winning everywhere else. So far, that's not the case. I feel like I don't even need to understand the language to know what they're saying right now. I gotta try and get my back cams though, so at least Loki doesn't get those when he decides to visit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Guys, I'm gonna need a pause to...
Awesome.
I thought he was referring to the fact that Alex was 1k behind the Loki. And then he was saying that he's so far ahead because he keeps getting kills on me, is what I assumed he said. But either way, I don't really think it matters, but that's just what I thought they said. You could be right. If you understand it, Okami, you're definitely more right than me. I'm just purely assuming based on the events of this game. And context clues is what I was trying to use, but maybe I'm wrong.
Your left tower
Let's just finish this shit.
fit to consume both life and soul.
There is a chance that I go for a little bit of damage this game.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Fucking hell.
The enemy team has
And they're getting gold
destroyed
too.
the Fury.
What's even happening? I have no idea what's actually happening in this game. It feels like we're losing for no reason. Considering how much they're saying hi to me.
Enemy ultimate enemy has been slain. Enemy ultimate down.
Cerberus ult.
See if I can give him vision somewhere.
Rain shall wash them away.
I'm not sure that my ult shows stealth, but I decided to try anyway. But he hit it. Hello, Fairly. I see all the emotes have been added now. I can thank Because Me for that. He went in and did it, because I'm an idiot. I didn't know how to.
Ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate is double left.
To be fair, this Hunter is really aggressive.
Like, I want to fight Odin so bad, but I never know if Loki's gonna
You
be
can
here.
probably farm him.
So I'm really fucking trying to stay safe as well. I can definitely fight Odin. And it pains me that I actually have to just ignore him sometimes.
Enemy spotted. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
Hunter jump. He's gonna go these comes. So he's there.
Dude, there's no way he gets... Oh my god. Mordred is so shit. How is his 3 so bad? How is my 3 that bad?
Be careful.
Loki beats ult. Odin ult. Yeah, I mean, I'm not liking how things are looking in the other lanes. Like, how are we losing this bad when Loki is just always on me, man? Yeah, Mordred healed, but it was the Odin ult stopping it from happening. 3 ults. Odin, Serb, Neath. I just got greedy. I lost interest. I wanted to just fight. And Odin isn't gonna die, see. Oh, he did jump. Oh my fucking god. Are they gonna go crit in some way? I'm not sure I should go Spectral. I will go Phoenix Shield. Let's go for the healing. I'm gonna try not to play stupid now. Before I fall too far behind. I assume as long as you're inside the ring, like there isn't really any verticality, right? It's not like you start healing because you're in the air. So I would imagine that no matter where you are inside the ring, you're not gonna be able to heal. I'm sure he's happy fighting, because his team is usually there when he needs it, while mine is not. Aw, I missed. It's cooked. I missed it. Got his ult at least. I literally said it. His team is gonna be there and mine isn't. I literally said it. I don't know why he's getting so babysit though. I guess I just gotta not fight. Otherwise I will actually just fall too fucking far behind in this game.
Your left tower is under attack.
Fuck it. I'm just gonna farm. If I even can now without a tower. Or Loki's kills on me. It could be. At this point now, I'm definitely far behind. 2 levels on.
Astounding.
This lane is rough now.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left. Careful, right.
Enemy spotted.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Gank right lane.
I mean, just run, man. Why are you turning on to stun him? Just keep running. Dude, today is so fucked. Like, how am I losing every game? hello, Void Pain. I think it's fine if people don't know who I am. Can't really expect everyone to. My name is old at this point. The UG status. Oof. It's weird how this often happens when I pick a tank, man. Why can't the games just be normal?
The Pyromancer has arrived. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Tragic. I even had my Sunder up. This does feel like a surrender angle. I don't really think we're winning this.
Team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack.
I'm a tank that's behind, making me not a tank. Now combine that with the fact that we just don't have anyone dealing any damage, because Jingwei also got shit on this game. And that's pretty much how this game is. I don't really see how we could even fight back. I'm not a tank, man. Literally just not a tank. Does it count as a penta if it's on launch Milano? Yes. A penta's a penta. There's no rules there.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed.
Let's just go again, boys. This one is over. We're actually saying no to this. That's crazy. It's not hard to admit when you lost sometimes. It's really not.
Your team has destroyed the gold.
That's yours, though. Fuck, man. Now they're giving me kills as well. That's a huge kill for me. Don't give me hope. Don't do this. Did you just gain 3 levels from that? No, I get like a full level-ish. I was nearing 17, I believe.
The enemy team has destroyed the pilot.
I mean, are we not going in at all, though? Which... my bad, I guess. I really thought that was a good fight for us. But I guess we just... yeah, I mean, well, our backline does 0 damage. He's too far behind. It's too far... dude, I'm top damage. It is definitely cooked. If you jump out like an Esho, you should have spears that chase you. I think... no. I don't think that should be the case at all. No, this one was just unfortunate. Like, I'm getting super camped by Loki, and there is 0 punishment on the opposite side of the map because Jingo was losing as hard to on her. So there's not really much to do. I'm in a situation where I'm winning lane in the 1v1s, but because Loki shows up, I'm the one dying for it. If it wasn't for Loki showing up, I probably would have killed Odin once or twice in the exchanges we had. So, it is what it is. Got team rigged. A little bit. Just a little bit. Hey, what were you thinking for the raid, man? Hope you had a good stream. What's your SR? It's like 5.5 or 5.6, something like that. I lost like 3 games in a row today now, though, so it's probably like 5.5. I've kind of been stuck in the between 5.5 and 5.8 for the longest time now. I'm never moving. Down or up, doesn't matter. I'm staying right here, apparently. That game was pain. For me. Call an ambulance, and actually for me. I felt very loved that game, at least. So there's that. I haven't felt that loved in a while. Pale is going to be open. Can you roll pen 5 him? I don't even know what that is. Still enjoy playing Herc? I still enjoy Herc to some extent, but I just don't think he's that good. With a 7 Uller solo game. Uller, huh?
Select your god.
Uller would be interesting. Wukong is open as well. Into Pele? I'm not sure. I think Uller into Pele is asking for trouble. Especially going solo. I guess it doesn't matter though. I'll do it. Fuck it. Don't have anything to lose at this point. Feel like you're being team gapped even harder this time? Great. Love to hear it. Give it to me again. We'll see. I believe in my team. I'm sure they'll do great. Let's go back to the Q game while I wait. Dude, I hope Amana comes soon, man. I fucking need it. He's not gonna come anytime soon, though. Let's be real. He's just not that popular. It's just me. Where is the little baby man? It's gonna have his new model, though. I can't choose his old model anymore. And you know, honestly, keep him away. We don't need him. I'll take that back. I need him. Fucking hell, I can't build momentum here. I'm so cooked. Yep. Oh, really, Cypri? You think you did me dirty that game? That's crazy. Wow. I honestly didn't even notice, to be honest. Yeah, that game was a bit painful. I still kind of had fun, though. I can't believe that happened the one time I decided to go for a tank, though. Couldn't you have done it in a game where I was at least building some damage, so I could fight for myself? No? Okay. Don't worry about it, I guess. I just wanted to play a tank. People said no. No tanks for you. Fine, I'm playing Uller then. That's some top tier camping, though. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of impressed. I did not realize I was that loved. I think it was squishy would have been worse. Yeah, I think you're right. Depends on what god it is, though. If it's Hades, probably it would have been much easier. But yeah, it depends on who I was. I'm just sad how many times the Loki got away with very little HP when he was ganking me. And he survived because Mordred is terrible. And his 3 does no damage. Dude, their comp is weird. They have 3 ADCs. Well, it's gonna be tank probably, but... This smells like an Aegis game to me.
Normally I'd wait till after.
Don't, Alex, it's fine, man. Like, do whatever you have to, you know? Don't worry about it. I don't, like... Obviously, I hate getting camped. I'm not gonna encourage people camping me, but... You do what you gotta do to win, you know? I can't really blame people for that. I don't really recommend it in that matchup, though. I think that only went bad for us because we also somehow lost in duo while I was getting camped. That's the only reason why that game went as bad as it did. Because I'm being kept down like tenfold. I have no way of getting back into that game. But for some reason, we're still losing everywhere else too. And then there's just no chance. I would like them to change Mordred 3 in some way. I do think it is cool. It is a cool ability that when you move, you take more damage type thing. But if people just stand still, that thing does negative damage. It does feel pretty bad when that happens. It's the thing, though. I'm not sure how they could really buff him, because he's. I feel like he's a god that could easily end up being broken, because he's inherently really good. His kit is really good. He's just kind of bad because tanks are bad.
Enemy missing middle.
Nice.
Enemy missing middle.
Vista, amigo. Double kill. Make this quick.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Not having blue is terrible for Uller, man.
Your left tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away. Shoot you down.
I just gotta wait, I think, until I can actually clear the wave.
Middle.
I can fight once the wave can be cleared, but right now, Uller's clear is so terrible early game.
Allies been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll take that though.
Under attack.
This is a level 3 bots. Also, is Uller's one supposed to go through walls? Like, surely not, right? That's a glitch, isn't it?
Ally has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Let's just back off before I overstay my welcome.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
What am I seeing over here?
Ally has been slain.
Enemy ultimate
Enemy
down.
has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
Ultimate down.
Enemy missing left.
Attack! Attack!
Why you don't fucking ult, man? She has no fucking ult.
This guy It's got an accent.
Ally has been slain.
Nice job, man. You are so fucking intelligent.
Okay, man. Dude, we're losing everywhere again. So hard. Why can't I? I'm just losing on the coin flip on teams today. To an insane extent. Just one game. Where my team doesn't get shit on early on. It's 6 minutes in. They have 10 kills.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'll get the cooldown.
Your middle tower.
Yeah, I'm not a jungler. I can't really. I don't know. Maybe it might be time for a role swap today. Maybe I don't go solo. I just go mid instead. Maybe I can try and control the game a bit better then.
Cupid, kill your veins, kill yourself, please. You are a waste of aid.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Damn.
Your right tower is under attack.
Move like a jaguar.
Bye for now. Hi there. The universe may find
Your right tower is under attack.
Favor and make this quick.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
I'll stick around a little bit more actually. Maybe I can get enough just for Hydras here, but.
Like a jaguar. Ooh. Take it like a baby. Oh, easy roll. Ally has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
I got killed. Kill him with Can't outrun my bow.
enemies in right
Your
lane.
left tower is under attack.
I don't really think Wukong is like. I think Int Wukong is pretty broken, but I'm pretty sure this is not an Int Wukong. Oh, never mind, it is. I'm stupid. He's mid. That being said, I don't really think, from what I've seen, that's not the reason why this game is unbearably boring. I'll just let my team decide if they want to surrender or not. I don't really care.
Your left tower is under attack.
If we get late game, I think I can carry. Oh, trust me, I'm seeing it. But so far, my games today haven't shown me that they're going to be any different next one. So at this point, I don't really care. I'll just play the game. I'm just not going to press anything. That's about it. Maybe we can get tower actually.
Enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Thing is, they have the right players in their team to int. Bip is in this game. Bip can easily lose a game by himself. As much as I love the Bip. Sometimes the Bip is uncontrollable, and he will make sure that he's not gonna stay in the lead. I want to make sure I don't overstay my welcome though. Actually, I'm fine now that Pele is dead. See? Just got 2 kills as well. We're so back. I'm kind of just letting him get his blue though. Maybe I should invade his blue when I can. What is this man up to? The hell was Sobek up to there? Without a dash too? Ooh, actually, is this up?
Tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Retreat middle lane. My way.
How much is Crusher? Yikes, that's so expensive. Do I greed for it? Yeah, I agreed for it.
Enemy missing left.
Avatars. I think I'll pass on that one for now. Maybe later though. I'm sure they'll be fine. They can probably fight. They're healthy, even if Pele is behind them. If Honor does too, though, I really need to rotate. Bip did in fact land back. He can't help himself.
The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Tragic.
That's too bad.
Nah, we're so back. We ain't surrendering now. We're ahead in gold somehow. No, man. Ah. Fuck. Why did I even Aegis? Oh, it's falling apart.
Things are accelerating. Enemies in left lane.
Actually, now that I think about it, how haven't my jungler been here once? We're against an on her. He's probably the easiest gank in the game for him on a bots. Decent damage.
On by. Ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Could have played that a little bit better.
Has destroyed the pyramid. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Always rejuvenates me. Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Ally has been slain.
Okay.
Oh, you move like a jack, and the rain shall wash them
Oh.
away.
Oh. Okay, man. No, she's so low. Going. Okay. I'm not really sure what's happening in this game. I'm not gonna lie to you, boys. I thought we came back into the game, but we're still losing every exchange when I'm not there.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And I kind of forced it by wards, because we need one on fire at all times. They can do that shit so fast with their team comp.
Ward the fire giant. May your day be as snug as a bug in a rug. Enemies in the fire giant. May be as snug as a bug in a rug.
I guess I did make the mistake of just perma-rotating, when I really should have just kept farming. Stayed ahead. Come on, man. There's no way! Team! Where are we? Fuck. I really actually kind of wish I went beats this game.
Rain shall wash them away.
I mean, this should be a huge super gold, right? No? You check. Okay. I don't know why he cancelled it early. Should have been a huge execute and pretty easy on Apollo.
Fabuloso.
Okay. Enemy missing. Enemies at the fire giant. Astounding.
Realistically, I'm just not sure why duo lane is dying. Like, he's fucking dead again.
Okay.
Just gotta not die, man. Survive. Okay, safe.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Retreat, retreat. Enemy has been slain.
Feel the
Hunt you down.
Just fall back.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Rain shall wash them
It's fine. Bib is inting. Just giving us the chance we need. Let's give me the full 20. Holy shit, man. All this shared XP, I'm not getting my little bit of XP that I need.
You in my sights.
Oops.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Just get a bunch of wards actually. Delaying my build here, but I'm not forgetting an item. I think it's just Titans, right? And then just whatever I need. I think I might go Bloodforge this game. Into their team comp, if Pele ever goes on me, if I miss the axe, I don't really have any way of surviving it.
Be careful, right? You walked right into my trap. The enemy team has destroyed the pyro. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemies in left lane.
Your left tower is under attack. Don't worry, I'll put you down swiftly.
I feel like they're so out of position, but we're not moving in on them.
Make this quick.
Once again, it's just we're not really hitting plucks and stuff. I'm kind of just throwing at access to look for opportunities, but I'm missing most of them right now. It's not good. Actually, why would I go Titan's Bane? Never mind. They don't have any tanks.
Enemy team has destroyed.
We already... Okay, they already got fire. They can't do that shit real fast.
Retreat, retreat, retreat.
Astounding.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
I didn't even see the Jingwei still in the air, honestly. I thought she already fell back. Sobek, look behind you! I mean, they didn't get the Phoenix. That was the weirdest fight I've played in a long time. That was so chaotic, and I was not sure who the fuck to even go for at that fight. Once a Paul landed on me, I should have just tried to get out.
Your right Phoenix is under
I didn't get my Aegis off in time, because I'm an idiot. I can't press shit fast enough.
Wash them away. Get in, Shaka.
Pele is very OP, yeah. She just plays really well with the strength items being buffed. Not to mention lifesteal feeling as good as it does. She's one of the harder guys to deal with, but so far we've been able to deal with it pretty decently. We have good like self-peel on our backliners in this game. Maybe except for Merlin that much. Well, actually he's got pretty good self-peel when I think about it. Point is, everyone can kind of peel for themselves in a way, and as long as we can just one-shot them, as you know, they're going on us, then we should be fine. I'm not landing my 3 at all. It's really not ideal.
Enemy has been slain.
Fuck it, I'm getting this.
Oh, easy run. Always rejuvenates me. Wash them away.
Wrong Wukong.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your team has
Why is my team so mean? I mean, but they're just desperate and passionate, you know? But you're right, I think they're a little mean. Who are you? I usually have a little less viewers, but I stream almost every day. Like every other day or so. I am an old Smite pro. Just haven't been pro in a long time. Usually known for the first Penta in competitive history. But I quit a long time ago. Then I just kind of came back here and there.
Enemy has been slain.
Wukong beats.
Wash them away.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. Defend rightly.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Ow. Yeah, I mean, that's Pele for you.
¿Por qué carajo hemos vaqueado?
Just get fire, man. It's safer.
What's free end, bro? We're Phoebe 1.
We could maybe, but it's a risk when everyone is so low.
Yes.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
He's looking for me. Hunting me.
The pyro has arrived. Tactical fury. The gold fury.
They actually got gold.
Attack middle lane. I'll defend. Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Okay. We deserve to lose, not gonna lie.
Honor's rising from behind, guys. Those who can't just get out, we can still defend.
We deserve to lose.
Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
Oh, looks like this might be a loss.
Your Titan is under attack. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
I can't believe we lost that, dude. I'm telling people that I'm backing so we can deal with on her fucking pushing. Well, whatever. That's 3 for 3 so far. Dude. Nope, I don't want to say anything. Today is a fucking curse. Every game like this. 3 games in a row. This one, sure, I'll take the blame on this one. This one, I could not have been camped any harder and we still lost everywhere else. Somehow. And this one was just depression. I didn't miss too many axes late game though. Crazy game, yes. Truly. You sound like you're having fun. It's starting to get to me, Kai, just a little bit. It is getting to me, because every single game today that I've lost have felt wildly unsatisfying. It was Bib, Alex. I expect no less. I don't know why we didn't have 6, because we could easily have won that game. But people didn't listen. I don't know why, like, how people died when I backed to deal with Onher. Onher should have been free. Because if you guys fall back, we meet Onher on the midway, I'm just going to keep chasing him. We get a free kill, we go end off of that 1 kill. It was just really boring. Yeah, sure, Kai. That'd be nice. He changed his name? He always changes his name. But at least now we know who it is. Now he's Bib. It's alright, Kai. I don't really... The thing is, I don't really need just to camp my lane. I think I'll be alright. I just need another player that I can rely on. That's pretty much it. It's been tough, and this was fine. Like, obviously, the Merlin played super well this game. But I felt like he was the only one I could actually rely on for the majority of the game. Like, Sobek missed a lot of plugs. It was hard to like make sure that we could follow up on it. Cupid was just very, very often out of position. I'm not really sure what Butts was doing, to be honest, for the majority of the game. And there's no disrespect to the players. That's kind of just how I saw things. So I was trying to only rely on the Merlin when we went in. My main mistake was that I missed too many axes late game when I really shouldn't have. Because Jingwei was giga out of position so often. We just didn't really have a good combat taking advantage of it. But oh well. I still had a little bit of fun that game. Playing Ulrich is just kind of fun. He's a fun god. But yeah, I get your pain. Sometimes it's just Jover. That game was just weird and stupid. It was hard to take it serious. I was trying to take it serious because I need the win. I've lost enough today. And after that fucking Mordred game, I mean, what the fuck, man? There's no software in 2 days, is there? I haven't heard about it, but if that's the case, that's gonna suck for all of us, isn't it? I'm not looking forward to that. Dude, last soft reset almost made me quit the game. I'm not looking forward to another one. That doesn't sound great. Fuck, I'm losing all my momentum. A few time talks ago, they said it was soft reset on OB 15. Okay. Guess we'll see then. I thought they said they weren't going to do it this year. Like, not that long ago. And even to that, I said that's a good idea. Because soft resetting right now with the low player numbers isn't good. It feels terrible. Depending on how they do it. If it's different from the last few times, maybe it could work out. But what they keep doing is that they keep lowering anyone above 4K down to 4K. And then all of a sudden, we're meeting like insanely different skill levels in these queues. And it feels absolutely terrible, man. It feels so bad. Like, I might actually just have to go mid for the majority of trying to get back up here. So I have more of an impact on the games. It just sucks that I would have to swap my role to have a bigger impact. Or to try and win these games. No hard reset, I see. Soft resets, okay. Yeah, I mean, fuck, man. It's gonna be fucking weird, then, with a full new meta and no anti-healing, while it's also a soft reset going on. That's gonna be chaotic as hell. Haste hates when you get into a lobby. You know what, Haste? Me too. That's where the pain begins. Are you fucking nut, though? This frame is horrible. Yeah, pain. I was stuck around 4K as well. I didn't even move. I just kept winning one, losing one, or having like losing streak, then a winning streak. I just never moved either. Felt horrible.
Select your god.
I really just don't know what to play, because I want to try tank again, but I want something where I still am able to potentially carry if I win my lane hard, and I don't think I can really do that on a full tank. Play Odin. I can't play it as well as you, man. I'm kind of in the same mindset, though. I think I will play a warrior, but a hybrid warrior. I also don't enjoy it as much as you do. I don't like Odin very much. I can play him for one game, but then I feel like I'm tired of him. He's never really been that interesting to me. I actually miss the old Odin before they reworked him. Same thing with Guan. Old Guan got me into Smite in the first place, and then they took him away from me. You don't know how, you say. Are you sure? I think I know how. But that is a lot of Odin games. I can't play the same gods at all. I have a few go-to gods, but I don't know what else to play, like Vamana in Smite 1. I've kind of been using Mordred. Mordred, Zeus, Kukulkan. There's a few for me in Smite 2 that I actually been enjoying a lot. That I'll just pick into pretty much anything. But I cannot play the same god like 3 games in a row for the most part. It's so hard for me to do. Somehow I managed to do it on Neath like a few streams ago. Or like, I don't know, 2 weeks ago maybe. I remember playing Neath 4 games in a row because I kept getting ADC. But besides from that, I really just can't. That Odin isn't you? Okay. That's alright. Stop. My neighbor upstairs is still moving, so there's a bunch of banging noises going on. And the dog hates it. He is very, very much letting me know. Oh my god, why? Can I somehow fix this? Frame drops during the lobby. Is Smite really that heavy? That when it dies, it kills everything else when it goes into a lobby, man. Because it's probably not this game. Don't think this game really does anything. Oh, I can disable the motion blow at least. Not a huge fan of motion blur in the first place. Now it kind of looks weird though.
On my way.
Beats. They have a rough comp for me. Like really, really bad. How am I supposed to survive their team comp? Do I just try and go shell? Yeah, Smite still has pretty bad performance. I just don't know why it's affecting haste. I'm gonna do this. Last time I decided to go, or I was against something where I needed beats as well as an Odin, I went shell. And I heavily regretted doing that. We'll see. I think this is just one of those cases where there isn't really a right choice. It's gonna suck either way.
Minions have spawned.
Worst case scenario, I have to go Helm of Darkness. But I really don't want to have to do that on Hercules.
Enemy spotted!
Nasty, nasty invaders. Stay away. Did lose one creep for that though. Unfortunately. Let's see if I can make him lose one. Nope, they swap target. Actually, that worked out pretty well. No, it wasn't up in time. I was too slow. You play any PTS? I only did a little bit of training or practice modes, but I didn't actually play any games. I just wanted to see like a lot of the new stuff, what was happening in there, but I watched a bit of Alex stream. Fine, okay. I didn't know if that was an aspect bots or not. I decided to just beat it just in case. Wasn't sure if the 2 was gonna stun. I think a lot of people are just going full lifesteal because anti-healing is being removed. I don't know if you know about that. Anti-healing will not be a thing in next patch. Specifically on items. You will still have like gods like Sobek that has just built in anti-healing, but anti-heal does not exist. Don't understand how that makes tanks good? Oh yeah, I mean, it doesn't. That's the thing. It does not make tanks good. Well, in a way, like, if you go full lifesteal, it also means you're gonna have a lot less damage. So there is that downside to it. Because most of the lifesteal items do not have that much power on them. So that does make you tankier, but you can't kill them either, so... guess you can take that how you will.
Your left tower is under attack.
Final Kids said tanks are good again? Okay. I haven't looked into it too much. They are getting some interesting items. Like, Amma is getting, like, Vital Amp, which is definitely useful for... like, it's just one of the really good items for her from Smite 1. So, I imagine that will make her pretty good. Leviathan... what is it? Leviathan Hide? Is that what it's called? Will also be getting some... interesting changes.
How the fuck did he get out of that? He doesn't have beads. What the fuck?
Come back! He just left me in a prison and left.
What?
He has Chalice though. I think I might just have to accept that I might have to go some kind of defense this game if bots is gonna keep showing up.
Your right tower is under attack.
Today has had a theme though. I do keep meeting the same people in the jungle on the enemy team, but my junglers do not fucking sit around in my lane at all. They don't give a fuck. The enemy jungle, on the other hand, they love me. I'm so loved by the enemy junglers today. And I don't like it. I would like them to kindly fuck off and go somewhere else.
Enemy has been slain. Wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Creeps, you fuckers! Man, that creep diff was a bit too much. Do I actually... Fuck, why did I buy this? I don't even want that. I want breastplate. I'm actually selling it, fuck it. I'm losing 100 gold overall, but...
Retreat left lane.
It's just, once again... Not really sure what to do in these matches when my jungler is always losing. Because it puts me on the back foot too. Because then I'm just losing buffs and XP. This makes this game so much harder than they need to be. Do I just go full damage next? I'm not sure. Anything wrong with servers today? Got 2 DCs in lobby. Not on my end at least, but I mean it's Smite 2. Usually there's gonna be some server hiccups here and there.
Under attack.
Maybe in this matchup I should have leveled my 2 first, or my 3.
No problem. Thanks.
I mean, yeah, it's just cooked. It's so cooked. No good Vulcan ult. It's gotta go. Keep going full cooldown. I'll be there eventually. If you get hurt passive and active avatar, do you get even bigger? Yes, they should do. People used to do that a lot in the beginning of Smite 2, because it was just fun. But it's kind of a rough item overall, I think. Ah, fuck it. I don't want to lose any more farm. I realized I pulled that at a bad time. My ult isn't that long.
We need boards. Thanks.
I'm so far behind on XP now. Today has to have been one of my worst just sessions. Ever, probably. With how much I have either been camped and or just... It's definitely a bit boring when it keeps happening. I'm 2 levels down, I'm still out trading, but it won't matter. thought that reached.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Is it Merlin ADC? I just realized.
Has been slain. Ally has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
And bot is here, die anyway. It don't even matter.
Tower has been destroyed.
Just kind of classic playing Herc. This always pretty much happens. He's too easy to gank.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro.
Granted, I will say it's more of a fact that I feel like my jungle is just ignoring my lane today. Backhands are probably done because of bots.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemy missing right. The rain shall wash them away. Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Nah, this Ingo is just... Yeah, it's not really gonna listen to reason, I think.
The Pyromancer has arrived. The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
That is most unfortunate.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
I mean, I think my point stands. I'm not seeing Susana do anything useful this game. What are you building? What do you mean? This isn't pretty normal for her. You just go full cooldown and you just spam abilities, but at this point in the game, it doesn't matter. Because bots are just sitting on my ass and I can't do anything about it. Alright, what, Barrett? Did you spot something interesting? Dude, I hate Pendulum Blade. I never built that shit. Fuck that item. No, I probably could have built it this game, but I just don't, I hate it, man. I don't know why I hate it. I just don't like it. It's not a fun item.
That is most unfortunate.
I will say though, it's the combination of Odin as well as bots that's fucking me up, and not just one of them.
Enemies at the fire giant!
I'll attack the gold fury.
The enemy team has
Close.
destroyed the fire giant.
Okay. Goodbye.
Dude, my support's higher level than me. That's how little fire I've been getting.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Good fortune unto
The
you.
pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Hurry. Gotta go grab some farm.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Holy fuck. There. I think it's over. I'm way too far behind.
Tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Yeah, we just don't do any damage. Yeah, where did you go? Home. I went home.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle field is under attack.
Oh, I mean, this doesn't look that bad so far. Oh my god, bots ult let me through. Oh my god, it ran out.
Your middle field is under attack. Your left field is under attack.
Thankfully, I still got that kill. I really fucking needed it.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Remind me again, guys. Is G8 Scepter having any changes next patch? Because that shit is so annoying, man. That item actually makes the game worse. "20 seconds more." Okay, so it's not gonna make any difference. Noted. Back from Luck, who should get the hammer? So far, nobody. People are very nice in this chat. Very nice.
The enemy team has destroyed the
So far.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
We never know who's gonna start saying shit, though. Fucking hell, dude. I can't get any farm.
Okay, attack! That's too bad.
Why are they even in right? I want to go but get the back cams because they give the most XP. Man, I literally said this in the beginning of the game too. Whichever I don't get is gonna fuck me over. If I don't go Shell, Odin is gonna fuck me over. If I don't go Beats, Bots is gonna fuck me over. Turns out I should have just gone Aegis, I guess. But that's so easy to say in hindsight. It's just one of those games where no matter which relic you go for, you're gonna get fucked.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed. Your left Phoenix is under attack.
What? I can't believe he had Cage again. That's crazy.
Your left Phoenix.
Dude, that thing has no cooldown. I'm just dead, I guess. I'm not really sure how I can play this game in a different, because Odin just fully like hones in on me and only rings me. And that could work out for us if we're in an actual fight where I'm the only one getting ringed, but my team is still fine. Oof, they're looking for some
Defend the Titan.
kills. But I don't really see a situation where that happens easily.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. The enemy team has destroyed.
We don't have Shell at all, do we? Oh, we actually do have one on Ares.
Is under attack.
Can we even defend these Phoenixes, man? They're 1 HP. Huge. Absolutely gigantic fight for us. And I don't know what happened to make it go that well. Well, actually, no, I do. Odin ranked someone else. Why the fuck does Gold hurt this much? It's because she's got that anti-healing nonsense. No, man. He was okay, dude. He was 1 HP after that dagger. Or before that dagger. That's just tragic. I went in for that heavy dagger kill. I guess we just lost. Close to a comeback, but yeah. Kinda winnable. Yeah, I thought that too for a second there.
Defeat.
Yeah, I do think the fact that Vulcan got one-shot twice there in a row made it so we couldn't really come back after all. We needed him his damage for the fights. Oh, yeah, you can invite me, Kai. There you go. Dude, the shadow for the one that raided? No, the shadows don't pop up anymore. Is there something you can do manually? Usually it would like pop up on the screen. That I could just shout them out as well, but that doesn't really pop up anymore. But no, I didn't. I usually thank them though. Cringe Soul player getting in queue. Wonder who that is. You know, I would rather want him on Soul than Vulcan. I'll say it. No, but mid-caster minion is very good. He is definitely one of the better junglers in the EU right now. GG, Jitsu. No choice, scared of his Vulcan? No, I just hate Vulcan more than I hate Soul. Vulcan is just annoying. I don't want to deal with him. If I have to play against something as a frontline, I would rather want it to be Soul than Vulcan. He's just so fucking annoying. It depends on which frontline I'm playing, I suppose. Sometimes it's easier into Vulcan, but I'm just not that scared of Soul, I guess. He's still scary in the right hands, but even so. Thor. You know what, Monari? You might be right about that. I think it might be that doesn't pop up on my end because my Streamlabs is now off or locked out, as it usually does that after a while. Maybe that's why. Because usually it gives me the option. That actually makes a lot of sense. Aw, some dodged. I need to check my SR, dude. I'm scared. It's gonna be like 5.3 or some shit now with how much I've lost today. No, it's dude. How high was I? I'm just 5.5 now. Like 3 losses ago, I thought I was down to 5.5. I guess I've been winning a bit more recently. Did I? I guess so. Yeah, actually, I had to have a winning streak down there. Today is bad. Oh, I lost 2 for the last one. Alright. That makes sense. How many times do you need to lose? Do you need to lose 3 times on the same rank, or is it just once? I believe if I lose again, it will go below, right? If it works the same as mine one. Makes sense. Damn, imagine being so unlucky that maybe you lose the exact same amount that you needed to D-rank as well. That'd be unfortunate. Losing 2 is crazy though. Can't say I minded. Let me just set my Streamlabs up here again. Make sure that the bot is going. Let's see, Cloudbot, are you awake? Yes. Alright. So if I get raided again, hopefully I can shut them out in the same way that I could before. Hopefully. Oh no, yeah, no, I'm turning it back on. I'm already seeing it again. The one game I actually prefer having motion blur in. Let's try medium though. Still looks weird. I'm just turning it back. I think it's safe to say that the lagging also isn't really coming from haste. It's just because smite is fucking heavy. Yeah, no worries, Winari. I appreciate it. That would be nice. Smap, I hate it. I wonder if I missed the queue now that we are duo queuing. Hopefully not. Yeah, if it becomes a problem with Nari, I'll let you know. We can make a command for it as well. Because I assume it's not like you can always be around. Eventually, I'm gonna have to probably just do it myself as well. Oh shit! I was tapped out, and now I'm cooked. All right, end it. There we go. What do I even want to play? I don't know what I'm in the mood for. I'm a little sad I wasn't mid. I hope the last game went through. I actually kind of felt like playing mid.
Select your god.
Do I want to kill this game? I'm just kind of in the mood for frontliners today. Maybe this is the game that changes it. I do want to play some mages as well. Mages just... they're kind of hard to play in solo if you're meeting some specific gods like Odin. Then they won't be a very fun lane. Yeah, it's okay, Winora. We can just look at it on Discord at some point. Or you can just message me and, like, depending on what it is, it could be interesting. I also don't know how much experience you have with, like, channel points and what you can maybe do with them. Because I am definitely thinking that I want to do something with them that isn't too distracting for me when I just play. But I want people to be able to use them. The few things that I had in the past was like making me do squats or some shit like that, but haven't really been in the mood for that one for a while. Being forced to do squats is, I don't know, I guess it's a little annoying. Still, I don't mind it all that much, but I've been too lazy lately. I don't want to do squats. I want to not do squats. I might bring that one back when it isn't hot as fuck, though. Having to do squats to warm up a bit would be nice. When are you? Remind me who Neil is again. It was someone from the guild, wasn't it?
How fragile we are. They know my rage.
PM Hunter that always died. I'm not sure that rings a bell. What was he called in WoW though? Like, you're ringing some bells, but I guess I just didn't know him very well. That's probably why. I don't think I ever really spoke to him. Uh-oh. Sky here? No, he is. Dark humor, lots of bad jokes. Let's see. He was one of our tanks, wasn't he? I think I know who it is. I just don't know him very well. And at this point, it's been too long. I don't remember. I haven't played a WoW in a long time. Well, I haven't played a WoW since the War Within released, basically. I killed that raid, like the heroic version of the first raid in the War Within, and then I kind of quit. Just felt like WoW
Do you
wasn't
need
really
this?
Probably, yeah, because I have warriors. At least this lane should be pretty easy. It just... Damn, if I was level 2 there, actually, I might just get the kill.
Your left tower.
Bro, they're just waiting everywhere, man. What the fuck is that?
That's too bad. Your left tower is under attack.
Dude, today is absolutely fucked. In terms of people ganking me. It's so stupid. Uh-oh.
Okay, what is that god?
Return to base! Enemy ultimate down! Enemy missing middle! On my way! Protect base! Attack! That's too bad.
An enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
She heals so much. It's actually unreal.
Enemy spotted! Be careful, right?
I'm gonna try and stick around until I can finish my items here.
attack.
I don't have anything.
Let's do Randy's favor and make this quick.
Stop me? Time for some punishment.
Enemy missing. Sorry.
Oh.
Your right tower is under attack. That's too.
Fucking hell, just out of range.
Enemy spotted. Completed. Be careful, right. That's too bad.
Do you think the best thing I could probably do this game is going for early protection? Just to make sure that Neith doesn't fucking one-shot me. Well, not even just her, like, combination with Pele too.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Be careful, left. Enemy has been slain. Be careful, left. On my way.
Fuck.
That was close. Let's try a different approach.
I'm so sad, man. I keep dying.
Your middle tower is under attack. Thunderstruck.
Guess I should have gone mid. Whoops.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Ah, fuck. Need you all to win this one? What? Who do you hate? Though, to be honest, I think we win if we get late game. Like with Bari Uller. Surely we win late game.
Okay.
My cooldowns are so long too. I probably do need to get some cooldown somewhere.
Attack! Your last tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
A little too early on the one, unfortunately. That could have been bad.
Yes, I will take it out on them.
On my way.
Guess I'll just have to rely on the cooldown I get from Crusher. Gonna pop my 2 first. Dude, I cannot tell the range on my 3 at all. That thing has such a weird range.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm still misplaying some of these engagements. I gotta chill a bit.
Attack right lane. Attack the gold fury.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, Kai is looking for solo. It should be an easy kill too. I mean, it's a Neath. This is what I want people to do when there's like an ADC in solo. Not to mention, this shit is what's happening when I play it. If I play anything like that, or even if I play Mordred for some fucking reason, people are still gonna do that shit. So I'm happy that finally this shit is on my side.
Enemy spotted. Like a jaguar.
tower is under attack.
Let's grab Magi's as the only thing, I think.
Enemy spotted.
And it's just so I don't get insta-CC'd in one shot. I think I'll just go full damage this game.
Retreat.
On my way. On my way. Enemy has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
You can take blue from now on if you want.
No problem. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy spotted. Defend, defend.
On my way. On my way.
Enemy missing left.
Help! Middle lane! Middle lane! Middle lane!
Enemy ultimate down.
I'm so lucky I dashed through the Jade Scepter. Otherwise he honestly probably would have gotten away. I don't really have great chaseability on Achilles.
Enemy missing left. Be careful, right.
The fact that these camps are changing next patch is pretty interesting. I don't know if people have kept up on that, but I noticed that there's an oracle being added to solo lane. So the big harpies in the next patch will give you vision on your own TP, which I think is a pretty interesting change. Like, I still hate the TPs, honestly, just remove them. But I do think that's an interesting change to deal with it.
Defend left lane. On my way.
Ally has been slain.
Gank middle lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Be right back. Time for some punishment.
I'm gonna get Titans before anything else here.
Your left
Otherwise I know they'll just be unkillable.
Your right
As far as I know, when all gods will be added. It's just there's like, what, 130 gods since Might 1, so it's gonna take a fucking while. That's not gonna happen anytime soon, probably. But you never know. I hope so. Cthulhu is really cool, but I don't know how popular it was.
Enemy missing left. An enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away. An enemy has been slain.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Attack right lane.
I don't know what the fuck I was doing there. Kinda fucked that one up. I'm checking speed. Worth.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Yeah, I mean, I think Smite 2 is in general just something that... I mean, it's very ambitious. That's a lot of fucking characters to transfer over. But, I mean, they made the decision at a time where they were in a lot more stable state. This might be a win, guys. Dare I hope? Bro, what am I doing? I'm just missing everything, man. Fuck. That was terrible. I just fucking missed everything like an idiot. Yeah, the protections are really nice. Like, I think Achilles is one of those gods that you can make it work pretty well, because once again, they buffed his 2 recently. His 2 is really good now. So you can get a lot of tankiness still, just by existing now. Question is, do I swap over to my tanky stance over my fast stance? I don't know. I still don't really think it's worth it. Because it's what? 45 protections, 250 health. Or 25? I don't know, that still doesn't seem worth it to me. The fact that it makes my 3 faster, I think, is what really leans me towards my... Oh. Unfortunate. Is what really leans me towards the no armor. Let's go grab this gigantic wave. And also TP. Oh, he's backing. That sucks. Then I will not TP. I want to go kill the on her, but...
On my way.
Attack middle lane. No problem. Enemy has been slain.
Attack right lane.
Rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
I will not stand still.
Aegis, man. Of course she had Aegis up.
Very strong. Yes.
See, that's the tank. That is also just someone building crit into Spectral. But yeah, in general, when it comes to MOBAs, like, to be good at them, then yeah, I mean, you need an insane amount of like skill, like god character knowledge or whatever. There's no way you're playing ranked without knowing almost every matchup in your own lane at least. It's also why the entry to MOBAs in general is tough. It's been the same thing fighting games as well, but fighting games recently have had a bit more of a surge. Because it's not as overwhelming. With MOBAs, there's like builds and all sorts of other shit that you have to take into account.
set up an ambush here.
You have to tank it so big, I can't tank it.
Attack. Raise to wash them away. Attack. Attack. Enemy has been slain. Raise and wash them away. Chapter.
Lord things.
I win. Hello, because me. And thank you for setting up the emote stuff. It's good to see. I like the emotes, guys. I like emotes. Feel free to use them. Emotes are great. They make me happy. Alright, okay. No worries. I'll probably grab... I'll grab one more, I think, because then it's getting nearing the dinner time. Either one or two more, depending on how fast this next one is. Sureja is literally dead. Don't worry, they're both dead. In that sense. There's a few more in NA, in terms of top players, but it's the same in both regions, unfortunately. No, don't worry, because me. Just add whatever you think would be cool. As long as it's not like... I'm okay with emotes, just don't make them offensive or anything like that, but I assume you wouldn't do that. Add anything you want. I don't know what the kids like these days. Maybe they like a weird emote here and there, you know? Just keep the weird stuff, I suppose, out. For the... Yeah. I think you understand what I'm saying, to be honest. You'll get it. And if I see something that is bad, I will let you know. Is this weird? No. That's fine. Like, twerk emotes, licking emotes, like, that stuff is fine. I don't care about that. I think it's pretty funny. Well, I think it is funny.
Select your god.
I haven't played Wukong today. Let's grab a Wukong game. I'll be boring, but at the same time, I just find him really fun. I know that today, most likely because of a raid and the fact that no one else is really streaming today, I've had a lot more viewers than usual. Trust me, guys, I'm not usually this bad today, as I have been today, I swear. Usually I'm a little bit better, okay? I'm just saying, alright? I swear. Oops. I do feel like I've had an extra bad day, combined with the fact that I've been cammed a lot. It's been both. Unfortunately, I have been a little bad today. I can admit it. I mean, the weekend games are usually the more unhinged ones. From what I've noticed. Somehow the early Monday games, and like the early weekday games, workday I should say, end up being like, you have bad players in them, but at least they're passionate, and for the most part they're trying to play the game. But they're still really, really unfun in that, you know, the skill levels in those games are very, very varied. But for the most part, at least people are trying. The weekend games are fully unhinged. It's all the ego nerds coming out, thinking they're better than everyone else, and if they're losing, it's someone else's fault. Those are the people coming out in the weekends. And some of them are probably drunk too. Alright, what's up, Winara? What am I missing? Oh, do I have to... Oh, I see. Or do I? Actually, what do I need to do? Motherfucker is telling me to sign in when I'm signed in. I'm being bullied by a website. I mean, I don't mind the emote. I'll say that. I don't mind it. But I wonder if Twitch does. Surely Twitch doesn't mind. Fuck, I have the dark skin on shit. Or the darkness skin or whatever it's called. I don't like this one. See, player on channel use it? Okay. Yeah, just go for it. As long as it's fine with Twitch, then it's fine with me. Then maybe that's a better limiter to put on. If Twitch is okay with it, go for it. But I know some people put in some pretty unhinged emotes that are not okay with Twitch. I just don't want to get in trouble. That's pretty much it. My filters are completely off. I don't care. I just want you guys to have fun. Whatever emotes you want in the chat, put them in the chat. As long as it doesn't get me in trouble. Yeah, thank you for the follows, guys. I still see follows coming in here and there. I appreciate it. I don't usually thank followers all that much, but I appreciate it regardless. What am I against? Thor? Herc? It's gotta be one of those. Might have done one auto too many. Oh, safe. That warrior's Herc.
Okay.
Be careful.
Absolutely smashing.
Not bad for a sworder.
Absolutely smashing.
Not bad for a sworder.
Quiet, please.
This fucking VGS so far.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Not bad.
It does seem like Scylla kind of fucked him over here. But I would appreciate the non-VGS spamming, DMBK, if you can hear me. I completely understand your tilt, though. Because I think I understand what happened.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Absolutely smashing.
Loki is right here, though. He's right.
Enemy has been slain.
I gotta say it. Stay true.
I have shell.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing. Walk it off.
Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, this Scylla is trolling, so...
Okay, okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Congratulations.
Your right
Yeah, don't worry, DBK. I will. Just keep it together, man. Let's play on my side. Hercules is pretty easy for us to kill. Play around me and I'll see if I can play around you.
Enemy ultimate down.
And Hurt needs to be killed before he gets too tanky. Because there's gonna eventually come a point where we can't kill him anymore.
Your left tower is under attack.
Congratulations, everyone.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower
Enemies at
is
the
under
Gold
attack.
Enemy has been slain.
Defense.
Accidentally leveled my the wrong ability.
Gank.
I'm returning middle lane.
Fucking hell, man. I leveled my bird. What does that even do for me? Literally nothing. Yeah, they fucked up. This was huge for us. He didn't have enough damage. I saw it, I just didn't react in time. Close one. All I really need to do is just keep farming until we hit late game so that my stick is long enough and huge enough and does enough damage to just kill people. That's pretty much it. That's Wukong in a nutshell right now. I hate that I leveled my thing more. Because now that just results in me spending more mana on it, doesn't it? Yes.
Enemy spotted. On my way. Gank. Knock it off. Range shall wash them away.
Just use it for healing. I don't want it back anytime soon. Can you switch it off? Did you die? No, every time you ult, it resets. It's good that you reminded me again, actually. Wait, what am I now? Okay, thank God. I thought it was Tiger for a second. That would have been cooked.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Absolutely smashing.
Your left tower is under attack.
No.
Okay. I don't know why Ra was here.
Let me aid you.
Gank left lane.
The pyromancer has arrived.
I'm assuming my blue should still be up.
Enemy missing right.
Maybe we could tower. Nice.
Fabuloso! The rain shall wash them away.
Completed.
Okay. Ultimate. Okay.
The enemy team has destroyed
The
the
the okay at that Athena skin is so funny to me. So it's like she spit up a bit too much, like, okay. Okay. Chill, bro. Okay.
An enemy has been slain.
Back to my lane I go. I'm adventuring a bit too much. No need, no reason for me to do Journey to the West when I'm just fine in the East. You know?
is under attack.
Man, I can't hit anything from here.
Gank left lane. Ultimate right.
Oh.
Your left tower is under
I was looking at chat and a Herc showed up.
Completed. Yes.
Rain shall wash them away.
The gang squad.
Be right back. No, please. Wait. Not a problem.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Engo, I get it. Alright? But Smite 2 is all about boring shit these days, you know? Welcome to Smite 2. It's a high chance of meeting boring things in solo for the majority of soloing. This is arguably one of the least boring things in Smite 2. Because otherwise you're meeting Afro, Cabrakan, Hollow Aspect. Like the end is... The list is literally endless. If you're tilted, that's fine. But, like, keep it out of the chat. Like, when I get tilted, I'm not just gonna message people in their chats being annoyed about it.
Enemies in left lane. Help!
Because then it's just more of a case that maybe you should play a different role. If it annoys you that much. Sadly, this is just how Smite 2 is now. In this current state, anyway.
Defend the gold fury. Enemies in left lane. Middle lane. Defend the gold fury.
No, no, no.
on my way.
Missing.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Oh, I thought it was in range.
Let me aid you.
Enemy has been slain. Completed. I'm returning left lane.
by full rod.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
Not a problem.
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away.
I was a little afraid they were going fire here. They probably could with Mercury.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack the Gold Fury. Okay, completed.
Attack middle lane.
Yes.
Completed.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing right. Cancel that.
Left lane. Okay. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's interesting how we're still even in gold. We're just only getting killed. We're not really getting the objectives.
Help middle lane.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
I assume they're going gold.
Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Aw, I should have had that, I feel like.
Never win.
It's tragic. Alright, let's finish up starter.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Enemy spotted. Enemies in left lane. Be careful middle. Ultimate is down. Be careful right.
Hey, wait a minute.
The rain shall wash them away.
I think I have to go for
Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower.
Obsidian Shard this game. It's probably a must.
An enemy has been slain.
Have to get something out of this.
Attack fire giant! Your middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, I'm glad I turned. Holy moly.
Making it so easy.
That was magnificent. I won't let you down.
On my way. Ally has been slain. The rain shall wash them away. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Attack the fire giant.
Seeing the raw beams, where is he?
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Chase the enemy.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Ow.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the middle enemy Phoenix.
We're speeding up. Walk it off.
Your right tower is under attack.
I won't let you down.
Retreat!
Oof. Damn. Rust knives have been on point.
Enough of that!
No, my ult, dude. If Mercury didn't show up, I was literally just gonna go around the corner and then ult. I think it works out anyway for us for our team now, but damn it, dude. Fuck, man. I thought that was gonna work out. And my beats just came up, didn't it? Just tell me my beats weren't up when I got 3'd by Mercury.
That was magnificent.
Damn.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
I did just realize Mercury is 1 in 11. That is pretty rough. It's tough. Yeah, bam, worked out. Well, I was gonna do that without dying, but Mercury said no. He even got the kill on me. That was his first kill. It's a big kill for him. It's a big shutdown. Can I farm enough gold? It's a lot of gold. I don't need 1k basically. 1200 gold.
On my way.
No, man! Get him! Get him. Nice. I mean, we're still winning the fight for the most part. It's just, if we group, we win for free. Unfortunate. Still, I need that bad boy right there. It's gonna make my poke so much more tasty. Oh, good damage. Oh no. Okay. No longer a peak play. Anything that could have been missed was missed.
Save yourself!
Enemies incoming!
Save yourself!
I won't let you down.
Ultimate is ready!
Rano beats.
Enemy has been slain. Oh, ally has been slain.
Probably should have just poked while they won fire, but I was too scared of just getting initiated upon.
One use is all I need.
Full build. Now's the chance.
Group up!
I need to hit something, right? Yeah, fuck. I just stack up my soul gem.
Incoming!
The rain shall wash them away.
Fucking hell, I have to hit my poke, man.
Retreat! Titan!
Okay.
Okay.
Move like a jaguar.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
Well, I guess we lose.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. An ally has left the game. Your titan is under
I can't believe we lost that game. Ra cooked. Ra played pretty well, but I don't think like this was purely on our team for throwing. People just ran in and like died. Like I don't know why the Scylla and the Athena chased on right. That's where everything started going wrong. Okay, I'll do one more game before I head off. That was tough. Yeah, I don't want to hear Ingo like talk shit in chat when that's literally what's been happening to me all day today. That is just how solo is right now. Solo is pretty much just if you try to fight, you get doved and die, or you just die once and they take all your farm, you're 2 levels down. Like it's no matter what, solo is incredibly unbalanced. A lot of it is just controlled by like the enemy jungler. Like, are they invading you? How much are they sitting around? Like, how much can you fight back as a result of it? It's just a result of every lane being too easy to gank compared to Smite 1. So Kong Axby is a thing. It's just... Yeah, I mean, you have an endless poke and nothing can really stop it. Still, it's not something that's going to carry a game fully if people don't know how to group and just don't want to fucking team play. Our Scylla, for the most part, never really decided to show up when needed, so it didn't really matter. And when she did, she overstayed and died. I don't think this throw was wholly on Scylla, though. I played like shit in that last team fight. I missed my one twice. I missed the unmissable. On you specifically, I think. One of them, I guess it was because it didn't have vision, but... If I hit that poke, maybe there's actually a chance to fight back. But I missed. I'm not even sure what happened in the last team fight. I know we got a kill, and then that was it. Then everyone died, somehow. Today is just fucking tough. Am I just back to 5.5 then? Yep. I have to win my last game, boys. I have to win. I don't want to get demoted. It doesn't matter at all, though. It's not going to change anything. Honestly, my Qs might be better if I have lower SR. And I won't have to fucking ban every game. So I have to first pick something every game for solo, which sucks. I hate first picking. Hit 2 people with your ult, yeah. That would make sense why we lost then. That's pretty rough. I do get more haste time, but I'm pretty tired of haste, man. It's the same. It's just the same now. I'll play it because I have nothing else to play, but... I've been here before. Many times. I'm also starting to get a headache. This will definitely be the last game. Can't believe the only game I've won today is in fucking Achilles. And I've played shit like Hades today. Sometimes you just can't win. I think I'll try and see if I can play mage for my last game. I've played enough front lines for today. I can't be asked to play anymore. Even if Wukong basically feels like a mage. I actually play mage. I need him to add Morgan, Le Fay, and Raijin. Give me some solo mages. Zhong Wei as well. Zhong Wei with dog shit in the current meta though. But at least he's fun. He will probably be really OP next patch. Yeah, I need Morgan Le Fay in the game. I didn't get to enjoy her very much, as she was removed from Smite 1 because of a bug, as I was really starting to enjoy her. What mage am I pulling out though for this? I'll pick Bar if it's open, I guess. That does count as a mage in my head.
Select your god.
Okay. Well, if she is out, maybe Vulcan. Yeah, actually, I'll do a Vulcan game. Question is, aspect or not? But just think of in the jungle. I'm sure it'll be fine. Just pick something easy, you'll be alright. And you picked Mercury, I mean, okay. I mean, maybe that's gonna be why. Maybe it's because you picked Mercury. The stinkiest jungler. Dude, we're so cooked. Our comp is terrible already. We have a single frontline Ares. Dude, maybe I just have to go for, like, Aspect Vulcan then. That might be my only choice. My two choices here is stay even, but you have to go Aspect, or risk being incredibly far behind, but go damage and hope that we make it to late game. I feel like those are my two options right now. Yeah, Wanari. Vulcan is the meatball thrower. He is indeed a mage. He's a high poke mage, pretty much. He's not as great in like a brawl until full late game when you can two-shot. So you mainly want to stay back and poke. And then he has his turret, which is either really good or really bad. But actually, from what I can see... Oh, shit. No, dude. Oh, I don't think I took aspect off. I was just about to say, I'm definitely going mage because I'm going to be against a ranged character here. Fuck. And I also don't have the right skin. I have cooked myself to a high degree. The thing is, though, aspect is still fine. It's still fine, right? Fuck, man. Fuck. Fuck. Let's just see. Lower damage scaling. Fuck. Damn it! I had a plan in my head and it's fucked. What are you doing, man? What are you up to? Why are you ruining my life, brain? Fuck. Well, this skin is still cool. I like this base skin, but I was going for the big one, you know? The cool one. The one that blinds you because it's so bright.
Such incompetence.
Man, I gotta always be eating because, like, I burn 6 gazillion calories a day.
I love Mercury's voice actor. He's so good.
Hey, wanna see me run around the world? Done. Man, I gotta always be eating because, like, I burn 6 gazillion calories a day.
Suppose to play him as a hybrid tanky mage thing? Pretty much, but that's what the aspect is. It will lower your scaling on your main damaging abilities, and it will give you like a regen, like a lot of health regen when you're near your turrets. So you generally want to build a lot of HP on them. Make sure that you stay safe. But it's pretty bad going into late game. It's pretty broken at times with its regen, but it's terrible going into late game. Like, really bad. Once again, it's part of the reason is because tanks aren't great right now. So if you're building full tank on a, you know, essentially a mage, that's not really gonna go very well for you once you reach late game stages, because you're just a low mobility, low damaging mage then. But in this case, it should be all right. I did go conduit, so I actually do have pretty decent clear. No! I was trying to throw my Thumper, but it just didn't want to get thrown. Bro, I'm not getting XP for this shit. Dude, the Thumper is not working correctly. That shit isn't giving me XP. I just fucking denied myself some of that wave. I think the turret works fine, but I think if the Thumper is the only thing hitting the wave, or anything else you're supposed to get XP from, it doesn't work.
Your middle tower is under attack. Retreat! Your right tower is under attack.
First blood.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under
Tragic.
attack.
If only we're level 5 on Mercury, then we get him there.
Has been slain.
Attack!
Fabuloso.
Huge duo.
Enemy missing! Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, let's just back.
Enemy missing left.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Impressive.
Attack!
not to turn you into a frog.
Attack!
Oh, you move like a
Wow, what an impressive amount of fucking damage.
Your middle tower is under attack.
the rain shall wash them away.
It's lucky from me, getting an early kill like that. Damn it! He did the correct thing of saving his one for the secure, but that sucks.
Enemies incoming left.
No.
Enemy has been slain.
Fuck it. I'll just stick around and see if I get 300-ish more gold. Damn it, still missed.
Out of mana.
Damn, the double bait.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting it actually costs mana to use the Thumper. It's not just a consumable.
Your middle tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived. Your right tower is under attack. Ally has been slain.
Enemy missing right.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Let's get this tower so I can rotate without issues. I mean, him going back in. Okay, never mind. That's more. It's too late now. The 4 people. Dude, that's so weird. Why did they all go right? Suppose it's fine if we just get a tower for it, but fuck, man, their whole team went there.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. The enemy team has destroyed.
I didn't really think I was in trouble, to be honest. I thought I was gonna be fine in the 2v1 too. As long as I could actually juke the scythe, but that was a no. Well, losing that tower sucks. What the fuck? He went Genji's? That's really weird.
Enemy has been slain.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Yeah, we'll just have to try and make do with it for now. Walder. Like, I also made the big mistake of going Aspect. I didn't fucking mean to. I just forgot to swap it. I'll try and make it work. Like, I still want to go damage. I'm just going hybrid, so I'm not getting one-shot by everything. Because otherwise Aspect is just dog shit. I actually just don't do any damage.
The rain shall wash them away.
Okay. The Pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll defend left lane. Be careful, middle.
Retreat!
Excellence.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
On my way.
I mean, what? Ryze alone in mid? Where is everyone else? I'm so confused, man. I thought we were gonna rotate on them. Also, I'm forgetting to buy my upgrades here. I think I'm going for double turrets. Double turrets and then the dot on it. I mean, Merlin is level 13. How are we even supposed to fight back? Unfortunate.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
I'm so mad that I didn't go, or that I actually have Aspect. I will literally just grow more and more useless. The one thing at least that is completely untouched by the aspect though is the ultimate. So I can still get a huge ult. But for that I just gotta make sure that I actually have the damage for that. Well, I mean, that worked out better than I could have hoped. Didn't actually think he was going to back, so I'm a little sad about that.
This will fuel my wrath. An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. The fire devours all. Scatter.
Enemy missing middle!
And rain shall wash them away. An enemy has been slain. Scatter metal legions. Iron blade light.
He doesn't even want to fight me at all.
In the inferno. Hasta la vista, amigo.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Slain. Double kill. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Is he just dead? Yes,
Rain
okay.
shall wash them away.
Strange.
Enemy has been slain.
Oh, I have such a gigantic headache right now. It is very distracting. That shit came out of nowhere. Should have just stopped on the last game.
Absolutely Arcane levels of excellence.
The fucking sound effect. You go turret, but please shut the fuck up. Does he have Sunder? He does. He lives. With the 110 Merlin now is tough.
Defend the fire giant.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
Man, I hate how little damage my 1 and 3 does. It's too little. I'm not even sure what happened in that fight, to be honest. I just threw shit and stuff happened. Let's get some region going. Yeah, the Desert ult is interesting, I agree. Oh my god. Stop dotting me. I'm cooked. grab pen. Just full on upshard. I'm probably leading towards a spot now where I need to sell my life binder, because it's not really gonna do much for me anyway. It's like the most rocks I've had ever since they nerfed them.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Attack middle lane.
Boys, please just group up. Stop chasing things. If we stay group, we're not losing these fights. Damn, that's so tilting, dude. Why are we chasing so big? Why are we chasing so big, man? They just double dashed me. This should have been the freest fucking kills. Damn it. Do they end though?
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been
20 seconds is a long time. They can't tank it though.
Your titan is under attack.
I mean, I guess they end because we didn't have anyone in position. Ares is kind of cooked here. Dude, I'm not gonna end until I get a win. I've said it. This is enough. Oh, I can't believe we lost this game. What's happening? Infinite stream. No, I don't really know, man. I feel like this game should have been free just based on what's happening, but I don't see anything happening from these two for the majority of it. Like, look at their damage too. Once again, this feels like one of those games where we're just throwing. I can't even see anything on the enemy team that's telling me that's why they won. I'm literally here sitting like, we just fucking they went in and died, and then they ended. Well, it's what I get for picking the aspect. Alright, be back real fast, guys. I'm gonna at least give my dog some food, despite me delaying my dinner like multiple hours at this point. I mean, the weirdest part is, I think, was that the demotion game? Let me see. I believe it was. Yeah, there it is. Weekend streams truly are the worst. One win out of all this fucking hellscape of games. I wish I could say at least they were fun. Fuck no, they weren't, man. This one was a little bit fun because it ended up being like a back and forth type of game. That's all right. And my teammates weren't idiots and flaming each other the whole game. Keyboard warrioring. Can't say the same for the last few games. I did say I'm gonna keep going until I win, but this will be the last. I do have a dog to take care of. Yeah, I mean, out of all the games I've played today, maybe 2 or 3 of them were fun. I've lost so much, I'm not top pick anymore. I guess I'll take it. How's Thor doing? He's doing pretty well. Nothing unusual there. Just living his usual life. Being a dog. Not playing Smite. Like the dream. Got support, gonna dodge. Alright. I suppose I'll just open haste if the game's being dodged anyway. Fucking hell. I mean, I have to pick something anyway, right? In case you, for some reason, don't dodge. Do I just play Vulcan again? We've given them Aphrodite. I hope you do dodge this one. We need a dog emote? I mean, I can send you a picture of him if you want to make an actual emote. I can just add it. I should still have a few spots left. But I'm sure there's plenty of dog emotes out there anyway. You can probably just pick one. I think I'm cooked even in haste. I will do this as my last game. I'm just hoping it's going to be a win. It's going to be easier to shut down the stream if it's a win. If it's just a loss, I'm just going to shut it down annoyed. I gotta make sure that I actually pick something that is also fun to play. Yes, we have Dan. Save me, Dan. I need someone else to carry. Guys, I'm actually serious. What do I pick if I want to win this game right now? Wanari, your opinion doesn't matter here. Yamoja will not give me any wins in solo, I can tell you that much. I mean, I don't know actually. Maybe if I went aspect, I could go Yamoja, but it wouldn't be good. It's just fun. I do like the Yamoja aspect. But that is probably not the way to win. Oh. Holy moly, the frames. It's so bad. I wonder why the Smite lobby is so heavy that it makes haste just FPS drop to absolute hell.
Your god.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm just joking, Winara, don't worry. My opinion is useless as well. I mean, the obvious one would be Hades, but I don't want to play Hades. I think the fucking hell. I'll do Vulcan again. I want to do what I wanted to do. That's how I'm gonna do this. Now, I might go Aspect again, because I refuse to lose lane super hard. I will see what I'm against. This time I will actually look at the screen and not play Haste, so I can swap to the Aspect. And also swap skin. I just don't know which one it is, because I don't fucking know the names of them. No. Get me in. After today's stream, I might just go to an asylum and just tell them to let me in. I'm sitting here rocking back and forth in my chair. I'm going crazy. In a way, I'm also happy that I did dodge, because I'm not really feeling the Vulcan anymore. The mood has been killed. And I really wasn't in the mood to deal with a assumably Wukong, and full into Wukong as a Vulcan. That doesn't sound very fun. If I wanted to go damage at least. Wouldn't really matter a whole lot if I was just going for the Aspect. I was just gonna heal back up anyway. I do actually wonder if I lose momentum by taking damage. Maybe I gotta stop sacrificing myself for some speed boosts. If I take the damage anyway, I lose that momentum. I don't know. And I was tapped out. I see the portal. Kind of feeling like Ra. Maybe Ra could be fun to play. It's also a god I can maybe have some impact on without necessarily full rotating. I can just rotate for a snipe and then dip back out. Well, I don't know if I want to play Ra if there's a Kali jungle though. No, I think it's a bad idea. I gotta play something else. I think it might just be the Yemoja. Yeah. No, thank you for trying to give me Ra though. I appreciate it. I'm gonna do the Yemoja. Actually gonna do what Winari said. I'm thinking Okay, so logic here. So far today, I've been playing some pretty OP stuff in the Wukong as well as the Hades, Uller, whatever the fuck, right? Has it mattered that I won lane? No. No, it actually hasn't, in fact. So what if I lose lane now? Since it's win lane, lose game. Can I lose lane, win game then? Surely that's how it works. Ow. I mean, the Wheelix is kind of rude though. Now I can't ever use my 3. Flawless logic, yeah. I thought so. Unlock new outfit. How? Buy it from the fashion, okay. I'm gonna go buy outfits. Even here it's framey? Damn, Smite. Smite's ass has to be huge for it to lag this much in a small game like Haste. You're not the one. Who the fuck am I talking to? Where are the outfits at? It's not you. As long as you win mentally. Doesn't that also count as winning? No. Not today, at least. Oh yeah, I have this cool skin. I don't think I've used this skin before. She's probably the one god I think I should still go for cooldown on. She needs it way more than anything else. What am I against? Kali? Oh, it's Aspect Kali too. Dude, okay, no worries. That's completely fine.
Golden nectar. Just what I was looking for.
Actually, this is completely fine. That's not even a bad lane for me then. In that, I might still lose it, but it shouldn't be that hard because it's just an ADC. I was really afraid if that's going to be a non-aspect Kali, because that would fuck me up. I can't fight it at all. Now it's cool. Kinda sucks that they all have jumps, though. The only one who doesn't is Athena, but she can ult out of my ult. I could get some big ults this game, but... Actually, I mean, the chance of that is pretty low into their team comp.
Hi.
Greetings to you.
Quiet.
Okay.
Rude. Man, I'm fucking hell. Fucking lost the creep. What's even the point now?
Enemy spotted. Be careful left. Be careful right.
Bear my radiance!
Just gotta make sure that I'm getting as much cooldown and mana regen as I possibly can. Mainly cooldown though.
There, my radiance.
Probably gotta get an early Jade Scepter as well. I think I need it on her. Just for self-peel. Because I can't really use my 3 as long as Wheelix is around.
Enemy missing left. Halt right there. Forth in gleaming shards. Wanes. Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle.
How did Thor not get the level 4 Kali though, man? I don't know who the Thor is. Maybe I shouldn't have followed them. That really sucks. That puts me so far behind. And Ra's dead as well now. I mean, fuck. This is looking pretty rough already from the very start.
Water's halo.
Your left tower is under attack.
Lift us into the realms of light.
Ultimate is ready.
Ra actually survived, so that's good. I think a lot of this game will end up being on Ra, to be honest. It's comebackable. We're not really behind yet. It's early enough to say that even though they're a bit ahead in gold, I think we're alright.
Enemy has been slain.
Do I level my 1 or my 2 though? I think I have to level my 1 first.
Ally has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
There, my radiance.
I'll wait until I get my TP.
Now.
Question is, do I actually go for some more defensive items like Lifebinder? Not sure.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
Be careful, the enemy's incoming left.
Forth in gleaming shards.
Ultimate is ready.
Just barely missing. I don't really think I'll be online damage-wise until I hit level 12-ish.
Be careful.
Right there. Enemy missing left.
Jesus Christ, that's so loud. I don't know if you guys heard that, but the fucking siren just went on right beside my fucking building. Jesus. I do believe they recently, maybe not that recent anymore, but I do believe they buffed the damage a little bit on the 1 in this aspect.
Enemy missing left.
An enemy has been slain. Fabuloso.
Lord Canapé, córtate las venas, eres puta basura.
Spec.
To nurture the eternal flame.
Have a bit more mana regen now. Just a little bit. I feel like not a whole lot of int items have mana regen these days. Of the good ones, anyway. I hope it wasn't too loud. It's pretty fucking loud for me. But I'm obviously also here. So. I'm kind of giving up neutrals right now. I'm a little too afraid of dying to a gank. Wheelix is a lot more scary for me than Thor is for the Kali. Oof. It's a rough choice to go in there.
He's still on a dodge mode.
Attack left lane. Be careful.
Huge. That's exactly what we needed right there. They even have shell too. My ult probably won't have a huge difference in this game, but at least it adds to my Omi building. It will still be useful, either way.
Yield to its flow.
Took all those 3 to the face.
Your team has destroyed a right, and your middle tower is under attack.
Life Binder is looking real tasty. I think I just gotta go for Jade Scepter at this point. Probably mostly for self-peel.
An enemy has been slain.
Rise with the sun's strength.
The rain shall wash them away.
Yield to its flow. Rise with the sun's strength. Breaks the night. Yield to its flow. Rise with the sun's strength.
Huge damage. It is possible.
Gleaming shards now.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
I'm definitely a lot more happy that Kali went with Aspect. Otherwise, I do not think I could fight her at all. There was so much gold lying right there. I'm risking it.
Enemy has been slain.
My radiance. Enemy missing left. Halt right there.
They are very deep in over there.
Water's halo.
Don't really think I can help them. If Kali rotates.
Forth in gleaming shards. Halt right there.
Completed. That's too bad.
There, my radiance. A tide of enlightenment. Yield to its flow.
Try and save some Omi now.
Attack the gold fury! Attack the gold fury!
Strength of my majestic
Destroy the
light.
left enemy tower.
Enemy missing left.
The rain shall wash them away.
Enemy missing left. Rise with the sun's strength.
Kali just dipped. Where the hell did she go? Am I correct in believing that Niboja's kit makes her a nuisance even if she isn't high on damage? Yeah, I mean, she's usually a support. This aspect makes her more of a damage dealer. It removes the stun on her one and then makes her too able to bounce between targets. So the version you've played, Wanari, isn't the same as this one. Because I'm not a support when I play this way. I'm pretty much a mage. I'm just in a bit of a strange, untraditional mage in how she really functions. But she has potential to do a lot of burst damage. Otherwise, I don't think... The only way that I could play her non-aspect in solo is by going for auto attack. Because for some reason, she has a weird steroid in her 1. That gives her attack speed. That's the only reason why that would function. And it was a bit better in like some previous patches, where I actually loved doing it. I thought it was hella fun. But then they removed some items that made that possible, and then, yeah, then it wasn't really that fun anymore.
Destroyed the gold fury.
Retreat.
Forth in gleaming eyes now. Bear my radiance.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Hold right there.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Attack! Right lane! Enemy spot!
I'm just gonna try and get level 20, then I think I'm gonna start just rotating. I can do so much more in a fight. My ult's fucked long cooldown.
Enemy missing left. Be careful, middle.
Be careful, left. On my way.
Enemy spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
Attack the fire giant!
Come and get me!
I mean, how, dude? How? How do we not have better secure than that? It's an on-her ult. That's so tragic. Oh well. Fucking hell, dude. Hello, Mr. Hazer. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. It's gonna be my last game as well. My games today have been absolutely criminal. More than usual.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Gleaming shards.
I'm actually losing my mind today. With the shit that I've been through.
Attack the Gold Fury!
On my way. Enemy spotted.
Are we going in or not? Team, go in! We're winning this so hard! I'm so confused! They're literally running! Someone attacked the crippled the Wheelix! No, man. Clean. There we go. I set it up. Hello, Kami. My brain is just roasted today. I've had some of the most unenjoyable Smite 2 games I've ever had multiple times in the same session. That's why I'm cooked for the potential new people that are showing up now. My brain is roasted. Today has not been very fun.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I just enjoy the game too much to stop, because I still want to play. It's just been so bad today. It's so bad, in fact, I decided to play Yemoja. I just didn't give a fuck anymore. It is kind of working, though.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
This is only working though because the Wheelix decided to only gank me once. I should have been the easiest snack for this Wheelix. On a full damage Yemoja. But who knows, maybe he was afraid of the turnaround potential that it does have.
On my way. Be careful, middle.
We don't need to group for this. Cupid should be rotating right now.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
An enemy has been slain. Come and get
Why me, Dan? Huh? Dan, why me? Can you go for someone else? Yeah? I fucked up a little bit though. I was looking for a good opportunity for my 3 to be used, but never really worked out. Oh. No, dude. It's good that we're getting a relix, but I can't believe that the Athena actually got out. Would Soul Jam be good with this? Or do I just go Dreamer's Idol and then pop this shit when I pop my ult? Because I just go full ham anyway. I guess that's what I'll try to do. You're right, Wanari. You're right. I decided to trust someone with no knowledge on Smite on what to pick. That's how far right my mind was. Because it didn't matter. I'm too roasted in the brain to make decisions for myself at this point.
Your left tower is under attack.
I do have to be very careful here though, without beats.
Attack Fire Giant! Group up!
There, my right there. Forth in gleaming shards.
Keep in mind, I was very calculated. Yeah, I know. I know you were. Don't worry, Winari, I got you.
Water's wall. Rise with the sun's strength.
That's old. That's big.
Ward here.
Attack Fire Giant!
Attack the fire giant. The pyromancer has arrived.
Retreat!
Waters lay low. Yield to its flow.
My legacy shall endure.
Lift us into the realms of light.
Has been slain.
Yield to its flow.
I probably could have existed that fight. Or like, not existed that fight, and still would have been the same result.
Rise with the sun's strength.
Ow.
Watch the shadows run for my
Alright, I mean...
Córtate la vena, picha.
Victory.
Yeah, alright. This was, in fact, a game that happened. I mean, second most damage on the team, I'll take it, alright? I'll take it. I can go. The worst part is I still want to play, which is, I suppose, is a good thing. I do actually just want to play the game. I'm just having fun playing the game. But I'm gonna fucking leave. It's been 6 hours. I have a headache. I need to walk the dog. I have to get some fucking dinner. Done. Today was a travesty. An absolute fucking travesty. And somehow in the middle of it, of all the gods I went on to say, it's Achilles. Today is criminal. Did I at least make it back to 5.5? No. No, I didn't. No. Not even that satisfaction I can have. Okay. I'm done, guys. My headache is unbearable. But thank you guys for watching as always. I really appreciate it. I do have a YouTube, exclamation point YouTube in the chat. It's just VOD, it's a VOD channel. I rarely ever talk about it, but it does exist if you want to watch all the VODs and stuff, so have fun.